The
President, please be seated. The court is now in session. The fact is on the functioning of S21 and Trường Ác. Before we proceed the session, we would like to inform to the parties that we have been 10 minutes late to start our session this morning because we have had some technical glitches concerning the AV unit. That's why we have been 10 minutes late. The greffier, please verify the attendance of the parties to the proceedings today. The greffier, Mr. President, the parties to the proceedings today are all present. The security personnel, please bring the accused to the dock. The President, before we start the proceedings concerning the fact on the functioning of S21 including Trường Ác, the trial chamber would like to take this opportunity to pronounce the decision on request for release by the defense counsel. And number two, we will inform the result of the trial management meeting conducted on the 11th of June 2009. The trial chamber would like to pronounce the dispositive of the decision on the request for release. The decision is already included in the case file, and the public and the parties to the proceeding will obtain the written decision in due course, and the decision can be found on the ECCC's website. However, in the interest of justice, the chamber would like to pronounce the dispositive of the decision as follows. The trial chamber denies the request for release, orders that the accused shall remain in provisional detention for the duration of the trial, finds that the detention of the accused by the military court was an error of application of procedural law, a violation of his rights, and that therefore the detention was unlawful. Declares that the accused under international law and the law of the Kingdom of Cambodia is entitled to a remedy for the time spent in detention under the authority of the military court and the violation of his rights. Notes that the accused, in the event of acquittal, may seek appropriate remedies for time spent in detention at the military court and for the violation of his rights before the national courts of Cambodia. Declares that in the event of conviction before the ECCC and applying Article 503 of the Cambodian Code of the Criminal Procedure, the accused is entitled to credit for the time served in detention under the authority of the ECCC, namely since the 31st of July 2007. Declares that in the event of conviction before the ECCC, the accused is entitled to the remedy of credit for the time spent in detention under the authority of the military court, namely from the 10th of May 1999 to the 30th of July 2007. Reserves the question of the nature and extent of the additional remedy and the consequence of the violation of his rights to the Chamber's determination of sentence if applicable. Phnom Penh, the 15th of June 2009. The President of the Trial Chamber, signature and seal, none. Next, the Trial Chamber would like to pronounce the result of the trial management meeting conducted on the 11th of June 2009, in which the Trial Chamber would wish to share with the parties and the public. So I would like to give the floor to Judge Sylvia Cartwright to proceed with the pronouncement of the results of the trial management meeting to the parties, to the proceedings and the public. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. President. As the President has said, there was a trial management meeting on the 11th of June 2009, and the Chamber wishes to inform the public and the parties to the proceedings of the following. There may be further information given at a later stage. First, the Chamber has noted that all parties are concerned about the time that will be needed to complete the presentation of evidence in the trial. The Chamber has noted that there are wide variations in parties' estimates of the time needed to complete the evidence. These range from August to December of 2009. The Chamber is therefore reviewing its current tentative schedule to address these concerns so that the hearing can be completed as soon as possible while maintaining the fairness of the proceedings. The Chamber cannot yet announce an end date for the presentation of evidence, but it wishes to announce that it will adopt the practice of assigning speaking times to the parties. So far in the trial, the Chamber has permitted the parties to give their own estimates of time, but this has not been altogether successful. The Chamber will assess the time it thinks appropriate for the hearing of each witness on a case-by-case basis. But it wishes now to give an indication of the time it considers generally appropriate for the questioning of witnesses and for the presentation of submissions, so that the parties can prepare. First, the questioning of witnesses. Generally, this will be 30 minutes for the prosecutors, 40 minutes for all civil parties combined, and 40 minutes for the defence. Secondly, submissions. The Chamber will permit between 5 and 10 minutes for the raising of questions and objections, and 5 minutes for responses. The trial chamber will not permit lengthy dispute by the parties to these time estimates. The distribution of the 40 minutes speaking time among the civil parties' lawyers is for them to decide. However, the Chamber suggests as a possible method that the 4 civil party groups assign 1 Cambodian and 1 international lawyer with the responsibility for the questioning of each witness on behalf of all civil parties. The Chamber emphasises, however, that this is a suggestion only for the efficient use of the 40 minutes time allocation. The Chamber wishes to modify its sitting days to allow an additional day each month when the trial will not be proceeding. At this point, the Chamber wishes to explain to the public and emphasise that a large proportion of its work is done outside of the courtroom. This involves preparation for the trial, deliberations, drafting and translation of decisions, discussion of trial management issues, and other matters. These cannot be satisfactorily attended to in the time left before, during, and after hearings. Finally, the Chamber notes that civil party lawyers have raised concerns about poor working conditions, lack of financial support, and the availability of some from August 2009 onwards. A representative of the Office of Administration was present at the trial management meeting and took note of the first 2 concerns, which are obviously outside the jurisdiction of the Chamber. So far as the third concern, that of availability of civil party lawyers from August onwards, is concerned, the Chamber will liaise with the Victims Unit to ensure that any possible unavailability of lawyers does not jeopardise the smooth continuity of the proceedings. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President, I noticed the presence of lawyer for Civil Party Group 1. Go ahead.
Your Honors, are you going to announce now or later about the change of seating hours of a day? Are you going to announce soon exactly what that means in the weeks ahead, or when are we going to know exactly for the schedule? We will be grateful.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Werner. The trial chamber still has some calculations to make, and these affect the schedule, which will be produced and distributed as soon as possible, hopefully towards the end of this week.
The President, next, we will now proceed with a discussion on the operation of S-21, including the operation at Chiang Ai. We emphasize on S-21 that currently it is called the Tul Slang prison. And for the other facts, namely the re-education camp at Preso will be dealt next. Mr. Kang Gek Yew, can you describe to the Chamber the composition of people who were arrested and sent to S-21? What types of people were they? The accused, Mr. President, the people who entered S-21 could be divided into major phases. The first phase when I was a deputy, and the second phase when I became the chairman. During the time that I was the deputy chairman, the people who entered S-21 were mostly the former officials, the former technicians who used to work at the Democratic Cambodia regime. This is according to the list, to the surviving list at S-21. That is from March 1976, when I became the chairman. The former officers came in less frequency from the countryside, whom were arrested and sent. So, majority of those for the second phase were the people inside the ranks of the Revolution Party of Cambodia. This is my summary. The President, amongst those people, what was your observations regarding male, female, and children proportion? Can you tell us the proportions and the age of those people who were sent to S21? The accused, Mr. President, those who were sent to S21 for S21 to torture and interrogate, they were in various proportions in terms of age. They were young children, older children, teenagers, male and female, and senior people. This is my summary to you, Mr. President. The President, according to your observation, what type of people was in the majority who were arrested and sent to S21? Were they the former officials, or were they the cadres of the Democratic Cambodia, or were they soldiers, or they were various types of other groups? The accused, Mr. President, in total, the people who entered S21, as I observed, I can say that the majority of them were the combatants and cadres inside the revolutionary rank of the Democratic of Cambodia and the Communist Party of Cambodia. President, thank you. Did you also observe that amongst the individuals who were arrested and sent to S21, did they also include the staff of S21 or at the re-education camp at Preso as designated as S24 by NAT? The accused, Mr. President, the staff at Preso were the staff of S21 as well. They have the same right and authority as the staff in Phnom Penh. So this is one side. And regarding the numbers, I would estimate there were more than 100. And for the people who were to be re-educated, I would not regard them as the full staff of S21. And they were also brought to Phnom Penh to be tortured for confessions. And sometimes they were sent from Preso to Chiang 8, but I would not know the exact number, but there were, yes, some of them. Thank you. The President, did you also observe that amongst those people who were sent by the party to S21, including the ethnic minority living on the territory of the Democratic Cambodia? The accused, Mr. President, it is in my opinion that the ethnic minority should be divided from the immigrants. The immigrants, I refer to the Chinese and the Vietnamese. As for the ethnic minority, I would refer to the Cham or Muslim and other minorities, including Charai and Phnom. These people, according to the surviving list that I observed, there were some of them, the ethnic minority, the Muslim, were mentioned in the list before I became the chairman. They were Cham, they were Arab, and some Pakistani. The total number were roughly 40. This is from my vague recollection. And for the concrete number, we should check against the S21 document. For other ethnic minorities, I have already reported to the chamber. They were full row. There were 5 of them. And when Pol Pot regarded them as friends, I was ordered to release 3 of them immediately, and I could not grasp the rest. And for the rest of the ethnic minority, I could not grasp the number, because some of them were most trusted by the Angka. And for the Chinese or Vietnamese immigrants, they were not arrested because they were immigrants, but because they committed an offense considered by the Democratic of Cambodia.
The President, according to your observation, have you noticed that among the people who were sent to S21, identified now as Tul slang, as commonly known, were there any foreigners? And if there were, who, where were they from? The accused. The people who were sent to S21 included the majority of foreigners were the Vietnamese, and as we have already seen the list presented by Judge Sylvia Cartwright, that this number goes up to 345 Vietnamese, and we have a few ethnic Chinese people who were immigrants in Cambodia, and we have we had 4 foreigners from Western country. I only saw the face of 1 Britishman, but I did not see the other 3, although I noticed that there were 4 of them. The President, thank you. The overall numbers of the victims in the indictment, it stated that there were 12,380 people who were sent to S21 since the beginning of the security office until the 6th of January 1979. Is it this is the information we obtained from the indictment? Do you accept that at least this number of people were sent to S21? The accused. Thank you, Mr. President. Since I have seen the list, I have never changed my statement, and I acknowledge all the names appeared in the list. I never changed it. And I would like to also emphasize that there are 6 new lists that I have just obtained recently, that we also call them as the released list. Actually, they are not the list for people to be released, but the list naming people to be smashed. Whether I am it is the right time for me to mention about the 6 new lists that people call them the list for the release, or maybe at a later date. Mr. President, thank you. The trial chamber would like to know also about the new 6 lists and what are they about concerning the people who were sent to S21. So to be clear, please tell the court whether they are the list for the people to be released or to be smashed. The accused. Mr. President, the new 6 lists are about the list of people to be smashed. including these 6 new lists, I have already calculated there are 161 people. The first list is day 159/4.10. This list prepared and came across to me on the 26th of November 1977. When I saw the list, immediately I, as the chairman, having received order, I grabbed a pen and then annotated on the right of the list to extract. I used the word, this word, and emphasized the word smash or executed. And also at the end of the list, Hall wrote that these people were taken away or removed. And then the date was the 2nd of December 1977. So in conclusion, these people were combatants and the cadres of the regiment of Division 920 and were sent to S21 in 1977. So these people were actually ordered to smash by the superior. So I would like the President to also regard this list as the core list of the S21 and have it included as the common list. The second list, list D57. If you look at the appearance of the list, it is the list of Division 703, in which the Regiment 44 prepared in the cheating slogan that ordered by NAT that they were released, but actually they were not, because there were 49 people, including the combatants and ordinary people. And these lists were signed by Comrade Hun, the secretary of the battalion of the Division 703, and signed on the 20th of December 1975. The reason I claim that these lists are the list for people to be smashed, because this list did not stay at Division 703. The committee I don't know how the committee was called. That committee for the Genocidal Museum of Tuol Sleng, they saw this list at S21 with the label as TSL. Although they belong to 703 division, but the list were found at S21, and we can consider the list. Number 2, the signature on the 20th of December 1975, which was about the release. To me, I think it was not true, because no one could release anyone. Otherwise, we would be compromised, because the union of the laborers and even the cooperative were classified in groups and organized in groups and teams. The division also were organized into units. And how could we bring these 49 people without letting the upper echelon know it? So the superior were of the opinion that when any subordinate compromised any information, concerning these people, then they would be in big trouble. And number three, reason number three, the victims in order number 18 and 36 were the victims who involved in the matter that I am quite familiar with. And Son Sen also discussed about this with me. And I recollect Mr. Mon, who also told me about this, and when Nat reported to the superior concerning the arrest without asking any permission or idea from the upper echelon or superior, I can conclude that this list is a fake release list decided by Nat subjectively to arrest these 49 people. And when he was frustrated, he tried to create such a list to cover his story. So I think these 49 people were the 49 people who were to be released by Nat, but I think so far there has not been any civil party who claimed anything, and then no one among the 49 people in the list has been claimed as their relatives or loved ones. So I think this is about the list D57. I would like to now mention about other four main lists altogether. The first is E2/2.8. This list is the record of confessions. Brother Mom Nai, according to Nat's order, requested to the Angka to release them, and without any particular date. And Comrade Ho stated release on the 8th of March 1976. I think it was also a fake release. It was just manipulated by Nat. And this is another list. For the other list, there are three lists in the book of Brothers Mom Nai, the notebook of Brothers Mom Nai. And I would like to also emphasize that the book has ERN 00077 761 through 00078 056. In this, on page ERN 077976, there was one person that requested Mom Nai to release, but on page 0077978 there were four people that Nat requested to Mom Nai to release them. On the 25th of December, Nat did write down that the people were released. On page ERN 0007779, there were other four people that Brother Mom Nai, according to the order of Nat, Nat asked Mom Nai to release them too. And I think the record in Brothers Mom Nai was not really a real record of the release. It's just a fake one. And in the civil complaint of civil party E2/56, there is a complaint of that person, and his complaint is obvious, but when you look at E2/56.2, it is only the record of the interrogation by Brother Mom Nai, who asked the Angkar to kindly release that individual. And he signed with the name of M21. Actually, M21 is the secretariat of NAD. So NAD actually signed and agreed to release. So in conclusion, altogether with all the complaints of civil parties E2/56.1 and E2/56.2 reveal that these 4 lists of release are the fake lists of release, including the other 2 lists also, which are not true. And Comrade Ho wrote in the list named D159/4.10 as the release list. So I would like to confirm that the word release is not true. So these terms did not exist at S21. Altogether, these 169 people should also be deemed included in the list of the S21 list as the people who have been smashed. The President, please be seated. The court is now in session. Mr. Co-prosecutor, I note your presence.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon. Just a brief matter, just in relation to the planning for the questioning of the accused from the party's perspective. I would ask whether or not Your Honours intend to question the accused on S21 and Chung Ek together, or whether or not those topics will be dealt with separately so we can plan for our questioning. Additionally, I would also ask that if the questioning will be separate and the accused will only be questioned on S21 before talking about Chung Ek, I would ask that at the end of the trial chamber's questions that the parties be able to make a brief submission to Your Honour as to what time limit it thinks it may require in order to pick up any extra questions that they felt was relevant to ascertain the truth. And perhaps just one last matter, bearing in mind the central importance of this topic, the day-to-day functioning of S21, the prosecution would also ask that if possible, when your Honours have finished questioning, that it takes the rest of the day in order to review all of the questions asked by the trial chamber so that it can present its questions to the accused in the most effective way possible. And I think that would have the effect of limiting the time, despite the fact there would be a few hours break in order to review everything that has been asked.
The President, thank you to the co-prosecutor for raising the question. This is one of the issues that we have attempted for discussion during our trial management meeting on the 11th of June 2009. However, because of the time limit, we did not cover this issue. Secondly, the trial chamber, taking account into the current proceedings and the huge number of questions for clarification of the fact, as now has been raised by the co-prosecutor. It is also in conjunction with the chamber to try and find the better solution leading to justice and expedition. However, because of the complexity of the matter, it is very hard to regulate the regulations for the proceedings, and the chamber would request that by the end of today's hearing, we will hold another internal meeting to discuss, and we would inform the parties and the public on the method to proceed for the true facts, that is, the facts related to S21 and J8 or S24. And the second matter, as raised by you, if the chamber proceeds with the predetermined facts without any amendment, so the time allocation for each party, how it can be allocated. From the view of the chamber, the proceeding will continue until each fact is finished, and then the opportunity will be given to each party to put questions to the accused. We think this is expeditious because during the chamber's questions, you would have noted the questions and to seek appropriate documents for the times that you would ask the question when the time comes. As advised this morning, it is for the purpose of listening to the testimony of the witnesses, not regarding the questionings of the facts to the accused. So what was raised this morning is not appropriate for the types of the questionings we pose to the accused. So the chamber accepts your question, and we would discuss and inform the parties of the decision. Mr. Alan Werner, I notice your presence.
Just very briefly, Your Honor, just to inform your bench, from the bench of the civil parties, and I'm talking on behalf of the 4 groups of civil parties, Judge Cartwright on Thursday in closed session asked us a question and whether we could come back with some indication. We met and we have some answers. I'm afraid it's not a complete yes, but I think we did some way, and we would be happy to inform your bench whenever it was raised in closed session. So I'm not sure how you want to proceed, but just for Your Honors to know that we are in a position to give some indication.
J'essaie juste de vous informer que nous sommes arrivés à une première indication. Je ne sais pas comment vous voulez procéder ensuite.
The President, Judge Cartwright, you take the floor.
Thank you, thank you very much for that indication that you have met to discuss the rather closed question I put to you during the trial management meeting. It would be very helpful if you could give an indication of how far you have reached in agreement thus far. And I also indicate that I know the co-prosecutors and the defence will have information for the Chamber arising out of that meeting, but as I understand it, they're not quite ready yet to give us this information, but in the meantime we can hear from the civil parties, Mr. Werner. Thank you.
Thank you, Jana. So, as you told us, and you referred to your decision date 30th of April 2009, excluding basically what are the survivors, we, the four groups, intend to call 20 civil parties, and I should note that one application from Group 4 is outstanding, still in front of your chamber, pending a decision. So, but we have, for our meeting, we have considered that we have 21 then civil parties, and once again, excluding the survivors, 5 for the Group 1, 9 for the Group 2 and 4, and 6 for the Group 3. Now, the indication which had been given before your order, when we filed in February our estimate, we at that time, we went back to the filings, we were estimating 60 hours, 17 hours for Group 1, 28 hours for Group 2 and 4, and 15 hours for Group 3. And we understand, considering the fact that we are sitting about 5 hours a day, I would say. So if you say 5 days, means 25 hours. That's what you told us. So all of us over the weekend went back to our clients and to our lists, tried to reduce as much as we could. And the situation, and again I'm talking on behalf of all groups, the situation is now from 60 hours altogether, we are down to 37 hours, 11 hours for the Group 1, 15 hours for Group 2 and 4, and 11 hours for Group 3, which is about 40% reduction, and we do not think we can do much better, considering the fact that these civil parties are talking on behalf of our 93 almost civil parties, and that many of our clients for the Group 3, many are coming from France. Our group, they are coming, as you know, from overseas as well, and we really do not believe that we can do much more than that. But so it's not quite a yes, but we thought that it's significant progress, and we would inform your honors, and we are ready to elaborate or file or give you any detailed indication based on those figures.
Well, thank you, Mr. Werner. I think on behalf of the Chamber, I can probably say that we will consider this information and advise you of the trial chamber's views as soon as possible. But thank you for making the effort, all civil party groups, to achieve what you have already done. Thank you.
The President, before we continue our questioning, the trial chamber would like to inform the parties that the chamber accepts the request by the lawyer Sylvie Sour for his assistance, Sika Finel, to sit and listen in the courtroom. and the chamber approves this request from this day onward. So the civil party group, which is represented by Pierre-Olivier Sure, can arrange for his assistant to sit in the courtroom and take note of the proceeding in order to be notified to Pierre-Olivier Sure as he requested. Next, the chamber will now continue to put the questions to the accused, and I now would like to... Is the lawyer present? Mr. Hong Kam Soon. Mr. President, he sits in the public gallery, and from tomorrow he will sit in the courtroom. The President, I would like now to give the floor to Judge Lavance to continue his questioning to the accused regarding the current fact.
Judge Laverne, so back to the question of arrests. When we were talking about the policies of CPK, a lot of reference was made to the principle of secrecy. Secrecy. You said that the decisions to make arrests always took place in advance. This was never improvised. I would like to ask you what particular arrangements were made to guarantee that arresting people was performed in a very secret fashion. Was erroneous information given to potential arrestees? Were they trapped, so to speak? Were they called in a misleading way, not giving them any indication that they were in fact being arrested? Thank you.
The accused, Mr. President, Your Honor, I cannot fully understand your question. However, I will try to explain to Your Honor that the main principle is not to break the secrecy. And as for the individuals to be arrested, they were not aware that they would be arrested. And as for the decisions, all the decisions were made by the upper echelon. The lower level, once the decision was made from the upper level, would have to implement the decision strictly. That is, not to break the secrecy, not to let them protest, and not to let them escape. I would like to further clarify that anyone who had no authority to smash and make a decision to arrest would be in trouble. Therefore, when Nat made a decision to arrest the people without seeking approval from the upper echelon, he had to conceal that activity. And also, as a historical document, this document was shown that he was noticed by the upper echelon. But if I inform the chamber on this matter now, I think it would I would stray off the fact. So probably not. This is not the right time for me to report to Your Honor. And I would like to conclude my response to you now. So if my response is not clear, you can put more questions.
Judge Lavergne. A considerable number of persons were arrested. There were people who were arrested in an individual capacity, high-up people or people with high duties, and you have said self that some of these arrests took place at your residence, and there were also cases when many people were arrested at the same time. I'm referring to people being arrested within regiments, army divisions, where large groups of people were arrested at the same time. So could you possibly give us some examples and clarify for us whether specific arrangements were made to make sure that information concerning these arrests, to make sure that such information would not be circulated amongst, let's say, family members or army ranks? Thank you.
The accused, I think your question targets the general detention. For the general detention, it had to be done within the framework of authority. Within the Central Army, the general staff would make the decision. After a decision was made, then the lower level would try their best not to break the secrecy. For example, the decision to receive people from the 170 and 290 divisions, when they were transported out, then their respective units had to organize among themselves. So then the most important thing is they kept silent. So this is the secrecy they maintain within their respective units. And as for S21, to keep our security meant not to allow the guards or the interrogators to communicate with other units. So any communication within unit, especially from S21 to other units, was prohibited. Anybody who went outside to communicate with the outsider was suspicious. So this is my clarification on this matter.
Judge Lavergne. Were there misleading pretexts that were put across to people to arrest them? For instance, you are to go to a training session, or you are to meet such and such a person. These pretexts being knowingly misleading. Would this have been a common practice?
The accused. The term misleading pretext. I think it is true. It is called a strategy or a tactic. And they had used these tactics all the way from the very beginning. In the case of Chin Som Auk, alias Pang, he walked to S21 to be arrested. According to the order from Nuon Jia. He asked that Pang bring with him the confession to seek a clarification with me. And then I knew that if whenever Pang came, then he would be arrested immediately. When Khoi Thun came, he was escorted by Pang. But at that time, I did not know what kind of slogan was used. When Khoi Thun arrived, IS-21 people arrested him immediately. In general, they used a kind of pretext that people would be sent to be educated. Sometimes they would be told that they would be going to start to work. So in conclusion, how normally before people were arrested, such a misleading pretext was used.
Judge Laverne. So, generally speaking, people were arrested and taken by surprise. And once they were arrested, were they told why they were arrested? Were they told why they were arrested?
The accused, Your Honor, people were not told, so the interrogators who interrogated the prisoners were never told to tell the prisoners about this. Some people who studied these cases would have knowledge of them.
Judge Lavergne. And generally speaking, the transferring of prisoners from the place of arrest to S21, would such transport take place at the times of day when there were few people around, like more in the nighttime than in the daytime, for the same purpose of maintaining secrecy?
The accused, Your Honor, I think I cannot recall and I cannot answer in one sentence, but it may happen during the time when there were fewer people around. I would like to also emphasize that Phnom Penh at that time was very quiet. There were no many people on the streets.
Alors, on va passer à un autre sujet.
Judge Lavergne, moving on to another subject, conditions of detention.
Vous nous avez dit que
You have stated that once detainees arrived in S21, they were told to take off their clothes, at any rate as far as men were concerned, and then they just stayed there in their underwear. What was done with all that clothing? Where did all that clothing go?
The accused, I'm not sure regarding this. However, the remainings of the stacks of those clothes still left at the location. I don't know what was done with the clothes because normally they would not be used by others. I would also like to recall the event that I've forgotten, but now I can recall, especially when it comes to the people who entered S21. If they wore black clothes, the revolutionary uniform, the uniform would then be removed, but then they would be given other dress or clothes, for example, checked shirt or pants. However, I don't know how many people were given such clothes. I remember the person Nham Seung. When he was made to change his clothes, he did not want to have it removed. He said he would like the black clothes instead. So I'm talking here as a person who remembers the situation slightly, but I don't know much about the purpose of how the clothes would be used then.
Judge Lavergne, regarding food, you said earlier on, if I understood you correctly, that the food was inadequate. This is what you said, correct? And you also said that on the outside, generally in the country, it was difficult to get food. So I'd like to ask you whether, in your opinion, the fact that prisoners did not have enough to eat, whether this fact was due to a specific practice or policy that would be deliberate, was it intentional, or was it due to the fact, to a mere organizational problem?
The accused, Your Honor. Regarding food, I already just mentioned it is very general that there was not enough food all across the country for people across the country. It is worse for the prisoners. Therefore, this is a general policy of the CPK. But recently, I have come across a document about the forces that were strong, that in one day, 10 people versus 23 cans of rice. So it was determined that 23 cans of rice is to feed 10 combatants for a day. So I don't remember how many cans of rice would be given to the prisoners.
Judge Lavergne, were you aware that you were enforcing a policy that meant insufficient, inadequate food was given to the prisoners? Were you aware of the fact that you were implementing such a policy of scarce diet for the prisoners?
The accused, I am aware, I was aware, and it's painful, and I was disappointed. But I could not do anything at all. It's true.
Judge Lavergne, at any point in time, might you yourself have suffered from having an inadequate food supply?
So I would like to confirm that the word release is not true. So these terms did not exist at S21. Altogether, these 169 people should also be deemed included in the list of the S21 list as the people who have been smashed. The President, thank you. In the process of arresting people to be detained at S21, in general, what would be the practice? The accused, Mr. President, now I'm talking about the arrest. The right to arrest was vested with the people who had the right to smash. So if the people made such a decision, then the subordinates had to arrest them and also arrest them in order not to allow them to fight back, and also to keep the arrest secret and then send them to S21. So this is a principle in our implementation of such arrest. The majority of people who were arrested would be sent to S21, and S21 had to be ready to receive them. And another practice is that, for example, when Khoi Thun was arrested, Pang Chum Som Auk sent him to be arrested by S21. So this is an activity to arrest people not to be able to escape or to know in advance of his expected arrest. Then I already stated how I interacted with Khoi Thun. And also the other practice is that the standing committee made the decision to arrest. And then, for example, Won Wait were asked to inform me to arrest Pang. So to avoid being compromised, Pang actually used to come to S21. He saw me, saw Ho, and normally he saw me. So then when he saw me and Comrade Ho, he was not surprised. And then I pointed to him, and then Pang was shouting, and then Ho put him on handcuff. So the key people who were arrested were decided by the standing committee, and S21 had to arrest them. But in the document, the negotiation on the 16th of September, sorry, I don't remember the date exactly, the negotiation between Comrade Sok and Aid and Comrade Tat concerning the arrest of 40 people from Division 170 and 290. And of course, they involved people from S21 to go out and arrest them. So in conclusion, all the arrests made by the standing committee, decided by the standing committee. Number two, if the standing committee already made such decision, anyone who failed to respect such order would be in big trouble. And the arrest must be made in secret, and that people who would be arrested must not be informed, otherwise the people who were in charge of arresting those people would be accountable for their act.
Mr. President, thank you. Talking about the cadres and staff at S21, did they go outside the S21 to make the arrest besides the arrest that you made regarding the Division 170 and 290? So this is a separate question. And probably I will ask you further on the arrest of the Division 170 and 290. And besides these two divisions, where the meeting was held on the 16th in 1976, as you have just said, were there any cadres or forces of the S21 go to conduct the operations to make arrest of other people outside? And if so, in what cases? And what is the practice? What was the practice? The accused, Mr. President. I would like to talk just from the March 1976, when I became the chairman of S21. The sending of people outside were in two ways. One is on National Road 5 to Posat and Battambong, and National Road 1 to Prey Vang and Swai Rieng, or the closest was Net Leung. The sending of cadres of the special force of S21 to go outside, to which direction I could not recall the exact numbers, because I did not pay much attention on this issue at the time. Mr. President, could you listen carefully to the question? The question is, were there any cases besides the discussion that you participated with the Division 170 and 290, with the participation from the leadership, including Son Sen and Brother 81? And the discussion was for the arrest, the mass arrest, up to 40 people from these two divisions. So that was one special case. But what I want to ask is, were there any other cases where S21 forces went to make the operations to arrest, for example, at the various ministries and offices in Phnom Penh? It's different between the arrest operations and the transportation of those who were already arrested. So these are two separate questions. The accused. Thank you, Mr. President. In Phnom Penh, From what I can recall, I would not object to any surviving documents. I would accept it if it's mentioned in S21 document. But from what I can recall, I did not allow any special forces or combatants from S21 to conduct the arrest because it's going to reveal the secrecy of the S21. But for going outside of Phnom Penh to make the arrest, that is a separate matter. President, you just said about the arrest of two persons, that is Koi Thun and Chum Samauk alias Pong. But the question is, in the arrest of an individual with an important role inside the party and the government from various ministries and other zones throughout the country, how was the process done besides Koi Thun and Pong, where the upper echelon decided to send them to meet you at your office, and then you, in cooperation with Ho, to conduct an arrest of these two people? But I talk about others like Kong Chap and Von Wade. What was the operation like or conducted? The accused. Thank you, Mr. President. The arrest of Koi Thun, there were many people involved, but for the arrest of Pong, there were only two of us, Pong, Ho and myself. But for Kong Chap, I was not know when he was arrested, he was sent. But for Von Wade and Chap, they were arrested at ministry and they were sent to us in the afternoon. The President, so in general, the form of arrest to be sent to S21, it was the original unit who would make the arrest and sent to S21, and the S21 duty was to receive them. Is that correct? The President, the accused. Yes, Mr. President, this is from my recollection. The President, what about the arrest of the S21 staff and at the re-education camp at Preso? Who made such decision? This arrest, I mean, is the arrest of those to be sent to S21 for the purpose of being tortured, interrogated, and smashed. The accused. First, I would like to inform Mr. President on the decision-making. The person who made the decision was the Standing Committee. Before April 27, Sun Sen made a decision, and later on Uncle Nunt would make a decision, and nobody dared to make any move without a decision. And I would like to report on the actions before leading to the decision-making. There were many incidents, and Comrade Ho reported to me constantly. And at one point, when Ho said we should report it to the upper echelon, and in the case that I approved, then I would report it to the upper echelon, requesting the upper echelon's decision. And with their decision, then I asked Comrade Ho to implement. So for the arrest and the techniques and the process involved the arrest, it was under the responsibility of Comrade Ho and his subordinates. I myself was responsible for not allowing them to protest or to evade. So this is what happened, and this is my report to you, Mr. President. The President, did you observe and can you record the level of incidents or their offences which led to them being observed and made a report and which was later on reported to the upper echelon? What types of offences that led them to be being arrested, tortured, interrogated and smashed as other people who were sent to S21 as they were the S21 staff? Can you explain it further on this? The accused. Mr. President, what I can recall is regarding Nun Hoi. Comrade Hoi was a member of the S21 committee. The incident was happened constantly, and I constantly reported to my upper echelon within our agreement, with the agreement between I and Comrade Ho. And in the end, there was an incident that he allowed the radio operator to escape. In general, a cadre who was responsible for one comrade, and when that comrade had an incident, he had to be punished. So I reported to Uncle Noon, and Noon ordered for his arrest. So I ordered Comrade Ho to arrest. At that time, I also went with Comrade Ho, because without me, Comrade Ho would be suspicious. So I went along. So that was one incident that I can recall. And let me talk about the reasons. I am very vague on it, but the most important reason for him was that he allowed his radio operator to escape. The President, the question is for the S21 staff, which is now called the Tuslain prison, and its branch, the re-education camp at Preso. And those staff, when they were arrested and sent to S21 to be smashed, and you were the one who made a report regarding the instance of those staff under your supervision at that office. Is that correct? The accused, Mr. President, it is me who reported to the upper echelon, but it was not in writing. It was done verbally. The President, and the question is for every staff of whom you made the reports to the upper echelon from these two locations that I just mentioned, that is S21, which is now called Tuslain prison, and at the re-education office at Preso. Was there any of them spared? It means the upper echelon did not make a decision to arrest them, or for every person of your staff that you may have reported to the upper echelon and the upper echelon decided to smash them all? The accused, Mr. President, those people that Comrade Ho and I made an agreement and reported to the upper echelon, I cannot recall that there was anyone who survived, or that the upper echelon decided not to arrest them, or not to approve on the report that I made to them. The President, you responded that amongst the foreigners who were arrested and sent to S21, including the Westerners, and there were 4 of them. The 4 Westerners who were sent to S21, where were they arrested? The accused, Mr. President, they were arrested by the Navy officers of the Division 164, and they were sent through Kampong Saum through the Standing Committee through S21. And they were sent in 2 occasions each. There were 2 of them, and they were arrested by the Division 164 and sent to S21 through the General Staff or through the Standing Committee. Thank you. The President, when people were arrested and sent to S21, what was the procedure that was implemented regularly? For example, when they were sent from the arresting place to S21, were both of their hands had to be handcuffed to the back, or both legs were shackled, blindfolded, for instance, until they were brought into S21. What was the procedure for the implementation of this arrest before they were divided and sent to each individual cell? The accused. The procedure or the activity line that was called at the time, I was not sure. The operators were responsible before me. Their duty was not to allow them to escape, not to allow them to protest. And if there was any such incident, it has to be reported to me immediately, and they had to be responsible before the parties. In general, it's possible that they might be handcuffed, shackled, and blindfolded. But for those who were arrested around Phnom Penh, they might be only handcuffed and blindfolded. However, there were some of them, for instance, when those people, one person from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, when he called White, when he came in, he saw me and he waved, and the person was not blindfolded. I don't know if there were many of these instances or not. In general, that was my responsibility not to allow them to protest or to escape. This is my report to you, Mr. President. The President, the blindfolding, when the blindfold was taken off from the people who were arrested, the accused. Mr. President, I am not sure. Probably it was after the photograph was taken or when they were sent to the cells. Or probably it was after the photograph being taken. Or maybe when they were sent to the room and shackles, and then the blindfold was taken off. This is just my conclusion. President, what is the criteria for the people who were put in the general room and who was put in individual cells, as can be seen at the photos displayed at the S21? We have a general room which was large, and then there was each individual cell. So what is the criteria for people to be placed in the common room and for those who had to be put in the individual cell, as can be seen from the photos? The accused, Mr. President, let me put 3 types of responses to you. One is the most responsible, the most important people that the party wanted the confessions from them. And it's hard to regard their position. It was both their position and the times they were serving the party. For example, Susapan, he was a deputy commander of the division, but when he was arrested, he was the most important person. So he was not put in the common room that was used at the Punyayat High School. He was detained outside at a place called special prison, and for the interrogator, I assigned Comrade Pon, whom I trusted the most. So that's for the special types of prisoners. And the second important prisoners would be placed in individual cells, as can be seen on the 3 floors of those buildings, so that they would not communicate with each other. And only after they were interrogated, they were placed in the common room. And for others who were less important, then they would be placed in the common room. For example, those people whose names were mentioned in the document D159/4.10, they were not placed in the individual cells. So these were 3 types of prisoners when they entered. The most important prisoners who were placed outside, and the important prisoners who were placed in the individual cells, and the less important prisoners who were placed in the common room.
The President, thank you. We discussed this matter already at the early date, but now it is about the individual cell. When were the cells established, and who initiated the idea to have individual cell? The accused. The prisoners who were put into the Punyayat High School was agreed by my superior. And when we had the Punyayat High School as the prisoner, I initiated and asked Hor to create individual cells without requesting to my superior for any advice. The President, thank you.
The
President, regarding the arrest in which the people were arrested, of course, by the implication by others. So could you please tell me about it a little bit? The accused, the people who were arrested based on the implication in the confessions by the others, based on the surviving documents, I would like to brief it as follows. First, the most important person, for example, Suosno, alias Chuk, the secretary of Sector 24, then the standing committee paid good attention until Brother Pum agreed. And there had been a lot of documents and meetings of the standing committee before such an arrest was made. But for other people, based on the surviving documents, there was a list summarized by S21 to see we compared 9 confessions and names implicated in those confessions before we can before the upper echelon could make the further arrest. And as for the meeting that I attended with 170 and Division 290, we presented the document and already summarized the confessions. Then we asked the secretary of the unit, Comrade Sok, do you think that these people, the evidence were enough to prove that this person should be arrested? And if the head of the unit suggested that it was not yet time to arrest, then we would then wait. And also we, for example, after the Secretariat reviewed the document, then, for example, the Secretary of that office made such decision, then we could make the arrest. And I could also here reveal the information based on the surviving documents only. The President, were you asked by the superior to discuss how people would be arrested? The accused. Mr. President, my superior, Son Sen, was close to me and he followed my work deliberately, and he waited to hear my opinion regarding the update of the event. And for example, when Koi Thun was sent to S21, then I would then talk to my boss about how he would be put, and then at what time Koi Thun would be sent by bunk, for example, to S21. And we discussed this with the superior in order we could take a full control of S21. The President, when people were transferred from Battambang to S21, how many times were they taken from that location, and in each time how many trucks were used, and how was the arrangement made from that long distance location? The accused. Mr. President, the people who went out to receive prisoners were not many. I think they were not more than 10 people. So they brought with them some shackles or handcuffs and piece of cloth to blindfold the prisoners. So the trucks were the 4 multiplied by 4 the Chinese trucks covered with curtain, and this was the kind of truck to transport the prisoners. The President, I understand that there would be more trucks to transport those people, but how many times you remember the trucks took those people from Battambang? The accused. Mr. President, I cannot remember how many times people were uploaded on the trucks and sent to S21. But I remember that the special forces of S21 operated in two directions on National Road number 1 and National Road number 5, but I could not remember how many times they would discharge their duty on those directions. The President, I think you had briefly mentioned about this point, but I think it is very important to ask further question concerning the arrest of other people. For example, the member of the Standing Committee or the Central Party Committee. So who made such decision, and what how was the operation conducted? You said already about the case of Khoi Thun and Bang. We would not want to hear more about this, but we want to know if important people like this to be arrested, then it was part of the general policy. However, in the actual operation to arrest such key people, in the case of Won Wade, who was also the key person in the party, how was the operation conducted? The accused. In the case of the arrest of Won Wade, before the arrest, I think there were the follow-up of documents sent from S21 in a period of 1 year before such arrest. But I do not remember whether there was any full session at the Standing Committee before the arrest was made. I only knew that Won Wade was arrested at the Central Party's office in the late afternoon, maybe at 6 p.m. Lin called me and said, "Doj, be ready to receive 3 packages, 3 big packages." Of course, it included Brother Won Kung Supal, the Secretary of the Northwest, and Brother Cheng On. Then they were unloaded, and these people were not handcuffed, and they used the string, a kind of nylon string, to tie their hands behind their backs. Then when I help sit up Won Wade, I could see that string. So it was the special case that those people were arrested at Office 870. And later on, I could prove that they were obviously arrested at the Office 870. I did not know anything about the decision to arrest them. And S21 was asked to arrange any documents, the implications regarding those people. I remember that I did not sleep for 3 days and 3 nights collecting all those information concerning the people, the key people. However, I did not spend so much time collecting information before Won Wade was arrested. S21 was not notified before the person was arrested. We only knew that he was arrested when we received the call that we had to be ready to receive those people. In general, all the secretary of the zone would be sent to S21, and then S21 would be notified immediately before they were to be sent. So any unit that made the decision, I do not have any idea, but I know that the main body to make such decision is the full session of the Standing Committee. The President, when the prisoner of wars and Vietnamese civilians were sent from border point to S21, were there any operation by S21 to take them by trucks to S21, or was there the sole responsibility of the units concerned to take them and send to S21? The accused. So far, I cannot recall whether I appointed any cadre to receive people in Svai Rieng or Nek Leung. But maybe I am not sure. That's why I am rather reluctant to say it clear, because I don't know whether I sent people there or whether I sent them in only 77 but not in 1978. I would like to leave this matter to the chamber to seek clarification from Comrade Hui, and with supporting documents, then I will be in the position to accept it. But I do not recall of how people would be arrested. I only wanted them to make sure that the arrest would be made without any fight back from the potential prisoners or any abscond. Mr. President, I think it is time to take an adjournment, so the chamber will take 20-minute adjournment and resume afterward. The President, please be seated. The court is now in session. Before we proceed further with the questioning, we would like the technician, the technician at the Office of Co-Prosecutor to help project the footage with reference number in Khmer ERN 0019 53 73 through 0019 53 77. In English, EON number 0018 9128 through 0018 9130. Can the co-prosecutor please connect these to the link?
Thank you, Your Honour. We have those photographs, and we just ask that the AV place it, the switch on the prosecution screen.
The President, the AV unit, we only would like photo from 39 to 50 only be shown. So the AV unit, please switch on to the co-prosecutor monitor so that the photos can be projected concerning the detention of the detention facility at S21. President, next, please. Next, please. Next, please. Next, please. Next, please. Next, please, not this picture. Next, please. Next, please. Next, please. Next, please. Next, please. Thank you. The AV unit, please switch to the normal mode. The President, just now we have seen the photos of the detention cells, the common room, the common cell and the individual cell. In some rooms we see the beds. So what is your impression concerning the photos, and do you accept that such photos have been taken from the S21? The accused, Your Honor, the President, these photos, most of them are the true pictures of the detention facility of S21 in Phnom Penh, except the big building with the bed, because when I met Brother Won, there was no bed. So I believe that the photo in which the bed is inside, I think probably after the 3rd of January 1979, that some prisoners were put in those rooms. The President, thank you. Does any judges of the bench who wish to actually put questionings to the accused concerning the arrest and people who were sent to S21? If you would wish to do so, the floor is yours. Mr. President, Judge Silva Katrai, you take the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Last week, we focused on the numbers of Vietnamese prisoners who were arrested and detained at S21, and you agreed with the numbers in the list that was shown to you on that occasion. I want to ask you now about other foreigners who were arrested and detained at S21. According to ERN English 00320844 to 00320845, there were approximately 78 foreigners detained at S21. This document does not appear to have been translated into Khmer or French. However, it is not accurate because the number of Vietnamese on the list is far fewer than the numbers acknowledged last week. I want to ask you about these other nationalities. According to the list to which I am now referring, there was 1 Arabian man, 5 Indians, both male and female, 29 Thai, 1 Javanese, 3 from the United States of America, 3 from France, 2 from Australia, 1 from Britain, 1 Laotian, 1 from New Zealand, and 1 French Indian. Do you accept that this range of foreigners were arrested and detained at S21?
The accused. Your Honor, the Western prisoners, so far as I remember, and during the period when I became the chairman of S21, there were only 4 of them, 1 British, and in the recent case concerning the civil party, in relation to the civil party, Mr. Hamill, the New Zealander, who fell victim and died at S21. It is true, but the other people, the other 2 prisoners, I have not read their civil party applications and complaints. That's why I have no idea. Regarding the other prisoners, for example, Asian people, Laotian or Thai, they may have come through the border with Cambodia from Thailand, or maybe from sea. Regarding Arabian and Khmer Islam, that I call them Muslim Khmer, I think these people had lived in a cattle raising farm somewhere near Phnom Penh, and later on they were evacuated, and eventually they were arrested and kept at Sector 15 before they had been sent to Tak Mau prison, and later on the last pit stop at S21. So they were all Cambodian already. So I think these people did exist in the list, and so far as I remember, I read a list, and these people were from the Arabian village. However, I have no information or not in good control of the other information concerning the other foreigners, and I would like to apologize that I cannot really give you any further detail at the moment regarding this matter.
Am I right in saying, however, that you do not dispute that range of foreigners being arrested and detained at S21?
The accused, Your Honor, the reason I say that I am not yet in the position to dispute or to agree regarding the Westerners. However, for Laotians, the Thais, I believe that some of them were victims of S21 because they came through Cambodia and Thailand border. But for the other people, Arabian, I call them the people who lived and worked peacefully in the Arabian village, I call it, and I don't have any further information regarding other Westerners.
Thank you. Just to clarify, in relation to all foreigners, I'm sorry, Maître Roux.
Excusez-moi, Madame.
Apologies, Your Honor. Could you repeat the ERN number of this document, please? Or the reference number of the file?
It's E52/4.62 ERN 00320844 to 00320845. Do you have any further questions? Yes, well, returning then, for clarification, can you confirm that all foreigners who were arrested and detained at S21 were treated in the same way as Cambodian prisoners? That is, generally they were shackled or handcuffed, blindfolded, and detained in cells or common cells at S21.
The accused, Your Honor.
Yes, please. Please continue.
The accused, Your Honor, either Cambodians or not, for the detention in the room, or whether they were shackled only to one foot or to both feet. They were shackled and they were not handcuffed or blindfolded. That is the daily routine. And for the foreigners who were the Westerners, the 4 Westerners I mean, from what I can recall, the condition of their arrest and interrogation was done at the special prison. There might be a mat for them to sleep on, and their food ration was better, and also I had a special interrogator for them. Of course, the torture was not avoidable. Separately, for other nationals, whom I call the Muslim Khmer, they were treated the same way as the Cambodian prisoners. And for the Muslim Khmers who live at the Arab village, they were not interrogated because I was not reported about their confessions to the upper echelon. I only saw the list of their names. So in conclusion, those who were not Cambodians were only the Westerners, as I reported to Your Honor earlier, the 4 of them, and the rest, they were light Cambodians because they were from the Arabian village. They were Muslim Khmer, and I believe they were not interrogated. So when they were arrived, they were just a bit later on smashed, because from what I can recall, I did not report it about their confessions to the upper echelon. That is my response, Your Honor.
Thank you. And apart from that, were the conditions also the same for these foreigners, namely that there was very limited medical treatment, the food was poor, they had inadequate clothing, and the same conditions for relieving themselves? Is that correct?
The accused, Your Honor, that is correct, except for the 4 Westerners who were treated differently. Thank you.
Thank you. I want to turn now to another category of those who were arrested and detained at S21. And that is the category of women and children. According to the document E68.8, English ERN 00331261, the percentage of children identified as detained at S21, that is, the percentage of the total prisoners, was 1.1%. And the percentage of women was 21.8%. Have you had an opportunity of seeing that chart?
The accused, Your Honor, I haven't seen the chart, but I can recall there is a document stating that 160 children were taken out. So I think 160 is more than 1% of the total prisoners detained at Dulles Line. That is from the documents that I have seen.
Yes, I think you are right in that calculation, because the chart is based on children whose names have been listed as being detained at S21. So I'll look at those first, that is the children whose names were listed, and they are to be found at E68.7, English ERN 00331257 to 00331260. Maître Roux?
Excusez-moi, Madame.
Your Honor, I apologize. Would it be possible for the accused to have the document in front of him every time a document is referred to for questioning? Perhaps it would be possible for the greffier to give a copy to him. We have access to these in our computers, but he doesn't know what we're talking about.
Thank you, Maître Roux. It seemed unnecessary for the chart, but I was about to ask for this list to be placed on screen. Can the greffier put this list on screen, alternatively the co-prosecutors?
Your Honour, if the greffier is unable to, we have it on the screen at the moment.
Well, in that case, could I ask the AV unit to transfer to the co-prosecutor's screen? I want you first to look down the pages at the ages where they are listed of these children, please. Say when you want to turn to the next page. Have you had enough time to consider the ages? Are we at the end of the document yet?
One more page, Your Honour.
One more page. Now, is it correct to say that the majority of the children whose ages are listed are aged between 15 and 18 years?
The accused, Your Honor, that is correct.
And that some of these are listed, for example, as a spy, secret agent, child bandit. Is that correct? Have you had a chance to look at those? but most of the children are referred to as workers of some description, combatants, medics, and similar. Is that true?
The accused, Your Honor, that is correct.
Now, you referred earlier to a document which mentioned a number of 161 children. I don't want to look at that document at the present time, but can I assume that that there were many more children of a much younger age who were arrested and detained at S21, many more children than those listed on the document that we are looking at the moment?
The accused, Your Honor, the 160 children whom I mentioned were probably not properly listed. From what I can recall, they were taken from Preso. So for the children who were removed from Preso, they range in age from 3 and 4 years old up. And they were not in a similar type as listed in this list. So I believe, yes, there were more children. This is for your information, Your Honor.
Thank you. So it does seem, doesn't it, that the children on this list are those who have been arrested for some offence or other, rather than simply for being children. Is that correct?
The accused, Your Honor, your statement is correct because the names who were listed on this list here, they must have committed an offense, because for the children who accompany the mothers, their names would not be listed.
And just for clarification, why did you not bother to list the names of the children who accompanied their mothers?
The accused, Your Honor, in naming the children who accompany their mothers or fathers, it was part of the operation which was practiced before I took control of S21. So it was a previous practice that I followed. And I personally, as I mentioned repeatedly, for the children, I gave myself into the revolutionary view because I did not want to defend the children, as I tried to arrest them and they did not survive. So I took an advice that if I paid much attention to them, they might revenge me at a later on. So there are two parts here. The not listing the names of the children were they practiced by the Office 103, and I just followed the practice, and I also approve of this practice.
Thank you. And you have, of course, explained previously how you tried to save 3 children unsuccessfully, but you have also spoken to the co-investigating judges about your regret that you did not try harder. Is that correct?
The accused, Your Honor, that is correct. I did not use the pretext to conceal my crimes on the children. I gave in to their view. That is a different thing.
And in a clarification on a clarification for the co-investigating judges, document D42/bar 1 bar 4 ERN 00197738. You spoke of observing other Khmer Rouge people who managed to keep children alive, but you regretted not having done the same yourself. Is that correct?
The accused, Your Honor, they regret the shamefulness that I held constantly stays with me.
Now, the list that is still up on the screen is of children who were arrested and detained for some perceived offence. Can you tell me if they were arrested and detained in shackles, in common cells, with the same conditions as other prisoners?
The accused, Your Honor, that is correct. It was in the same condition, although I did not physically go and observe the situation, but I believed they were detained in the same condition.
I'd like to turn to another category, and bearing in mind we're speaking at this stage only of arrest and detention at S21, not about confessions or torture or anything like that. I want to refer you to document E68.6 ERN 00331192 to ERN 00331256. Perhaps the co-prosecutors could put that schedule up on the screen, please. It's a very lengthy one.
Yes, Your Honours, we're just locating that now.
Thank you. Could you turn to the last page, please? Thank you. Now, this document is one with the title Prisoners Identified as Women. And you will see on the last number of the last page that 1,698 women were identified as having been arrested and detained at S21. Do you have any comment to make on that number?
Madam.
Yes, Metru.
Mr. Hu, Your Honor, I apologize. It would be necessary to specify that the title that you mentioned is a title that was provided by the co-prosecutors. It's not a title that was provided by S21. This list is a compilation that was established by the Office of the Co-Prosecutors, and I think this should be specified for the record, and therefore the titles provided are provided by the Office of the Co-Prosecutors. These, therefore, are not original documents coming from S21. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Metru. This document, along with the two others I have referred to today, and the lists and charts concerning Vietnamese arrested and detained at S21, are all taken from the overall list of prisoners and broken down into categories, and this was done by the Office of Co-Prosecutors. Returning to this document, Gangek U, do you see the number 1,698 as being the total?
The accused, Your Honor, I have already seen it on the first column.
Now, just staying with that last page, if we look at the position that these women held, some are described as being wives of other people. There is a daughter, a few daughters of other people, a woman combatant, a mother, a journalist from a Japanese newspaper, someone from logistics, and someone from logistics. So the range of women who was held at who were held at S21, did they fall into two broad groups? Relations of other prisoners and women arrested and detained in their own right, shall I say?
The accused. Your Honor, most of the women who were detained at S21 were detained because of their husbands. For example, the wife of Kwa Lien, the wife of Thun, so these women only were arrested because of their husbands were also arrested, and the other were arrested because they were the daughters of the people who were arrested. On the same page in front of me, the people on the fourth column, the title is Yong Eng, and then number 5, women combatant from 17, and also the woman on the 10 line, U2 from the logistic, and also the reporter, the Japanese reporter. So the other were just wives and daughters. So in general, the women who were detained at S21 were because they were the mothers, the wives and the daughters of the people who were arrested, or they had affiliation with the former enemies in the former regime.
In fact, there were very few high-ranking or important women who were arrested and detained at S21. Is that right?
The accused, Your Honor, it is correct.
So the vast majority were arrested and had committed no offences at all, so far as you, the chairman of S21, was aware. Is that correct?
The accused, that's correct. I think more than 50% of the women who were arrested did not have committed any offences.
You've described the conditions at S21 for men, and you have said that the women were allowed to keep their full clothing and sometimes worked outside. Did they receive adequate food while they were at S21?
President, please be seated. The chamber is now back in session. Mr. Kang Kech Yếu, in your name as the chairman of S21, did you directly receive reports from the civilian or the military units on the arrest of those people to be sent to S21? The accused, Mr. President. All the reports from outside units had to go through the chairman and through the superior, Son Sen. I did not have any direct communication with those outside units. Thank you. President, there was a question which I already asked you based on a confession, but in the case files a lot of documents shows the confirmation of their response, so I want to clarify it on the decisions to arrest based on the confessions which implicated them as traitors. Is that true? The accused. Mr. President, for the arrest of the people to be sent to S21 based on the confessions and the decisions made by the Standing Committee or the General Staff. One, after they analyze various confessions and with the agreement of the Secretary of the General Staff and the Division Secretary, then it was it proceeded. But in that, it means the division secretary also thought about their authorities to defend or to follow up their respective units and the biographies of their subordinates. So, in conclusion, based on the S21 document, that is correct. But then it means that a lot of confessions were analyzed before such a decision was made. And they also with the agreement from the division secretary. President, another question regarding the arrest. However, it has a special characteristic. Do you have responded that some of the S21 staff was arrested and sent to Preso Re-Education Office? What offenses did they make which were determined as the criteria for them to be arrested and sent for re-education at Preso? Can you elaborate on this for the chamber? The accused. The people whom the S21 committee sent from the Phnom Penh office to Preso, I can recall that there were two cases. One was the close relative, whom was arrested by S21, or the distant unit arrested them and sent them to S21, and S21 sent them to Preso. What I can clearly recall is a comrade mate who was a witness here. So automatically the S21 committee had to implement the line of the party that the relatives of the traitor, of the enemy, had to be placed at the re-education office to be monitored. So that was in the case of Comrade Main. And in the second case, when the person himself committed an offense, and if he could not be educated, then the S21 committee would send them to Preso for re-education. And for that case, I could not recall any particular names. This is my response to you, Mr. President. The President. So this means the decision to send the S21 staffs to the re-education office at Preso was not decided by the upper echelon. It was decided by the S21 committee. Is that right? The accused. Mr. President, that is correct. Mr. President, thank you. And what about their families, the families of those who were arrested and sent to re-education office at Preso? What action did the S21 committee take on their families, the accused? If the husband was arrested, then the wife had to go too. It was unavoidable, and the children too. The President, what about those who committed serious offense? Like you said, there were arrests of those who were sent to S21, including the S21 staff and the staff who worked at Preso. What about the families and relatives who lived with the people to be arrested? What actions were taken on them? The accused, Mr. President. for the people who were to be arrested and detained and tortured for interrogations and later on smashed, they were considered to be enemy. So the wives, the children of the enemy were also regarded as the enemy. That was the reality at the time. This is my response to you, Mr. President. Mr. President, in general, we can observe that the arrest of those to be sent to S21 had to go through various stages. For example, the detention, the interrogation, the torture, and then to be taken to be smashed if they did not die after torture. The question is, besides these people who were sent to S21, any one of them had to not to go through these processes? That means they were not interrogated or detained. Were there any such cases? The accused, Mr. President, yes. The list that I reported to the President just then, that is the D159/4.10. They only stayed for 10 days at S21, and that 10 days were for Comrade Ho to prepare the list, but the Standing Committee already made decision for them to be smashed. And as I have reported so far, the Eastern group, there were more than 300 of them, so they were not interrogated because they were ordered to be smashed. So it is true that there were cases when they were sent to S21 and they were not interrogated and they were smashed. And in some other cases when they were not important, then a decision was made to send them to be smashed. So that was the reality at S21. Mr. President, the people who were arrested and sent to S21, which is now called Tulsline Prison, the sending to S21 occurred almost on a daily basis. Is that correct? The accused. It's not on a daily basis. There were some gaps, but it's hard to say. We can look at the list and make a decision from there. I cannot recall. The President, when people were sent to S21 by their respective units, which is the majority of the cases where people were sent to S21, what was the process done by S21 for organizing to receive them and to place them in the common rooms or in the individual cells? The accused, Mr. President, the people who were transported in from outside, they were sent to S21 through Street 360. There was a location to receive them, and on the map I already pinpointed the location with letter R, which represents the reception area. And I think the current location is now the beehive, the radio station. And usually Comrade Hui was present there, or Comrade Pei. But usually it was Comrade Hui. However, sometimes Comrade Ho was there too to inspect and to examine the list. And once it was done, then they were sent to inside to Comrade Pei for them to be photographed. I think I can not recall clearly the process. But like I stated, the first reception area was the letter R marked on the map. The President, what about the forces, that is, from the point marked with R to the inside of the S21? Which force took them from the R location to the inside of the S21? The accused, Mr. President, the force that took them from the R location to the inside was the special unit. That the military unit or the intervention unit who were armed were in two groups. One was the special unit and one was the guards, to guard the prisoners, not to allow them to escape. So they were in two different groups. So those people who took them from the R location to the inside of the S21 were the special unit.
President, when people were sent immediately, what would be the initial operation before they were classified into the individual cell or into the common room? So could you please elaborate further the interval time when they were sent and then before they were allocated to each individual cell? The accused, Mr. President, I'm not quite sure regarding this matter. I don't know whether people were detained at the detention facility before they were taken photograph. I think only the person who took control of the register would be well aware of that, and Comrade Ho is more informative than I am concerning that matter. The President, the reason we seek verification concerning this matter because we have observed the surviving photos of the prisoners at S21 because those people were not blindfolded and they were attached with numbers, and that's why we are asking about the procedures of how people were processed before they were allocated to the room. So thank you for your response. The President, when people were sent, were at S21, were they wearing normal clothing or were they stripped off their clothes and leaving just their underwear? Because in the records of confessions in the record of the photos footage of S21 reveal about the stack of rag clothes at the location. The accused. Although I am not precisely in good control of this matter, but I know for sure that everyone who were sent to S21 was immediately stripped of their clothes, leaving only underwear. Correction only applied to the male prisoners. The President, regarding the detention or imprisonment in many other documents, can you tell the court regarding the overall aspect of people who were detained at S21, for example, the condition of the location and the physical condition of the rooms or the torturing devices applied in that location if available? The accused. Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to also emphasize that the prison for S21 was not the prison in other country with the rule of law. Even in the prisons in Cambodia, the prison I was detained in Phnom Penh, there were 12 codes to protect political prisoners. At S21, I agree with the statement written in the book of David Chandler, in which he calls it a place where people were detained before they were executed. So this location was reserved for keeping people to be executed, so there would not be any rules to safeguard, legal safeguard to protect their rights. So any of their confession would be including their eating, they were eating like animals. So we already treated them as dead people. We only waited for the time when they would be smashed. So I think this would be applied not only in S21, it would be applied across the country, as I guess. The President, the Chamber would like to inquire the co-prosecutors whether they can put the video clip V00172621 on the screen.
We're endeavouring to do that now, Your Honour.
The President, the AV unit, please convert to the monitor of the co-prosecutors so that the video footage could be projected.
Your Honour, if we could have the ERN number again, and also just a brief description as to what the video is and whether it in fact needs sound or not. We can't produce sound from our location, but we can obviously produce the visual.
The President, we actually do not need the sound, we only want to see the picture, and there has been a description concerning the list, the DVD list prepared by the co-prosecutors, a list, DVD number 1 describing the torturing tools, and the ERN is 00172621. And this document is related to the establishment of S21. We only would like to see the footage concerning the detention cells and also the place where people would be received.
Thank you, Your Honours. We have the video on our screen, so I'd ask that the computers be switched to the prosecution desk. Thank you.
The President, the AV unit, please link to the computer of the co-prosecutors. The President, I think it is not the video footage we would like to see. We are looking for the video footage about the building and the detention cells.
Thank you, Your Honour. Apparently that clip comes from the same video as the Vietnamese prisoners. So I think it will take a little bit of time to find it, to find the appropriate part. So I'm just wondering whether if we could move on and then we would call it up once we found it.
The President, I think we would like to give some time to the prosecutor to help locate that particular video footage. I would like to proceed further until the prosecutor can find the right and then inform us. The President, in general, the detention of the people took place from the time when they were sent to the location, and they remained in the facility until they were smashed, and they never were let out. Is that correct? The accused. It is true. The President,
Thank you, Your Honours. I believe we found the clip now, if you'd like to play it.
The President, the AV unit, please link to the co-prosecutor monitor. The President, the AV unit, please turn to the normal view. This video footage has connection with the following questions. In general, people had to be detained in a small individual cell with the door locked, and that the male prisoners had to be cuffed or shackled, or only when people were handcuffed when they were taken to be interrogated. The accused. The detention at S21, people were put shackles to their both legs or to one leg, but I'm not quite sure, but they were shackled to their legs 24 hours, over 24 hours, except when they were taken or walked to be interrogated, and when they were being interrogated they would be then shackled again. It is true. The president, when the victims or detainees got sick, were they released to be treated? The accused. So far as I remember, the treatment could only take place to delay time for interrogation. I mean, to make people live longer enough to be interrogated. So this was the principle of detention at that time, and I'm frankly submitted. The president. So the reason why detainees were detained 24 hours, over 24 hours, was still applied, and even while they were being treated, the shackles remained with them. But I could not do anything at all. It's true.
Judge Lavergne, at any point in time, might you yourself have suffered from having an inadequate food supply?
The accused. Personally, at S21, I ate only a small bowl of rice per meal. And I was allowed to have 2 dishes, and it's very exceptional. Only I who could get 2 dishes a meal. There was not much food. At that time, I weighed 49 kilograms.
Judge Lavergne, would you say that that policy had an advantage also, meaning the advantage of making the detainee population weaker? A malnourished population might be easier to control. Is this right?
I think the consequence from the inadequate food ration would lead to the weaker or malnourished detainees, and of course they became very weak. So it would be easier to control them partially. But people who were hungry and who did not have enough food and did not protest, it would be just a coincidence. It's true. That's why there was a regulation by Comrade Ho regarding the detainees.
ដូច្នេះខ្ញុំសូមបញ្ជាក់ជូនប៉ុណ្ណេះ
Judge Lavergne, regarding these regulations now, did detainees have any right to talk when they were shackled?
តាមពិត
The accused. Actually, people who were detained did not have the right to talk to one another. However, sometimes the guards who were good-hearted allowed them to communicate with one another.
Judge Lavergne, did detainees have the right to move, to stand up, or were they supposed to remain completely motionless?
លោកចៅក្រមជាទីគោរពអ្នកជាប់ខ្នោះត្រូវដេក
The accused. The detainees who were shackled had to remain lying on their back. If they would like to sit up, they had to ask for permission to do so. Whether they would be allowed to sit up or not, then they would be told, and it was a practice.
Judge Lavergne, earlier on you said that the detainees at S21 were treated like animals. I think you used that phrase, animals. Were you aware that that kind of conditions could lead to very deep distress, moral hardship? And did you make any particular arrangements to be able to manage that? To find some kind of way of managing the depth of such moral hardship.
ជំរាបប្រសាលោកចៅក្រម
The accused, Your Honor, the reason that people were regarded as animals, we could see this in all aspects, especially the terms used to communicate to the detainees, the victims who were detainees at the premises. Young people address the senior people as the contemptible in Khmer. So, by and large, whenever I recall this situation, I am shameful. Personally, I could only think of how to avoid being close to that location. I could manage to do that, but there was no plan to eliminate such practice or to try to relieve the moral hardship. I think there was none. Because if I tried to do so, I would be in the situation that I could not make it clear distinction between enemies and friends. Otherwise, I would be perceived as regarding the enemies as friends. If I regarded the enemies as friends, then I would fail to maintain my stance, the class stance. So I had no class stance as I would be viewed. So I was a member of the party, or was I not? Then by way of challenging me with such terms, I had no choice but to avoid being close to those people, the detainees, I mean. Because when I saw them or met them, I would be very emotional and I could never solve any problem, so why should I meet them anyway? In conclusion, I could tell that I had not prepared any plan or make any arrangement to change the situation. It is, of course, the class line.
Judge Lavergne, well, not only you took no measures to change the situation, but did you take any measures to avoid that this distress would lead to dramatic consequences, and in particular that detainees could commit suicide as a result of this?
The accused, I have thought about that, but in order to respond to some important detainees and to prevent their attempts to suicide, I use the measure of implementing the force. I relied on the force as the major factor. For example, the detention and the interrogation of Koi Thun. In the room where Koi Thun was held, there were two special guards from the special unit who stationed there permanently. And I also put a telephone line. So if there was any reaction, they should ring me immediately. And when he stopped reacting for 1 hour or 2 hours, then I would go and meet him. Therefore, the measure to prevent Koi Thun from suicide attempt and for him to confess, I use all types of means I let him sleep comfortably, and his food was as good as mine. And when I went to meet him, I talked to him alone, and I even called him brother. And to assure him that I would be the person who sent the report to the upper echelon. But actually, importantly, I relied on the two close protection guards. That was the only measure within the assistance of S21 that I implemented. Therefore, yes, at S21, there were people who committed suicide because we could not manage them all.
Judge Laverne, you said earlier on that at times entire families would be detained at S21. The father, the wife on the other side, the sister or the daughter even, could also be detained at S21. And did it happen that information would be exchanged and that contact would be established between members of a same family?
The accused, in such a case, we were extra careful, that is, including myself and the guards. We were very careful on this matter not to allow them to contact one another. Especially the contact between a wife and a husband.
Judge Laverne, would you agree to say that, generally speaking, there was a permanent climate of fear and absolute terror that was imposed upon all of the detainees?
The accused, absolutely. Frankly speaking, yes.
Judge Laverne, you said that you visited quite rarely the detention center. And did you hear sometimes people screaming?
The accused, Your Honor, the common detention center, I did not go there, like at the Punyayat College. I did not enter that location at all. It means I did not enter the detention center, but within the compound of the Punyayat College. I went to the workshop where the sculpture was made. And as for the special prison, I entered frequently when I interrogated Koitun. I entered Comrade Pon's interrogation office to meet Comrade Toi Phun, as I reported this morning. Toi Phun. And I went for a quick meeting with the British detainee. And as for the Vietnamese interrogation office where Brother Mom Nice took charge, I went there frequently. I went there to give him instructions on the stance of interrogation. In order to get the confessions for radio broadcast. I think it's like, I repeat again, I went to see the face of Chao Seng. So, to conclude, I only entered the few special areas or the special prison. So, whether I heard the screaming from the detainee, I did not. I went there when the situation was quiet. This is my response, Your Honor.
Judge Lavergne, did it happen to you occasionally that you were disturbed by smells due to the terrible health conditions in which the detainees were kept, and also due to the heat? And were you sometimes disturbed by this?
The accused, Your Honor, the smell, the stink, yes, it existed. I was not sure whether the smell would affect the general health and the health being, but of course there was a bad smell. But because I did not enter that area, so the smell was not that bad. The reason I did not enter there is not because of the smell. The important thing is for those who stay there constantly, whom I knew, most of them, and how would I express my facial expression when I go and meet them there? So how could I try to comfort my feeling if I went there? That was the way I tried to avoid those people whom I know, and I did not want them to see my face when they were being in such condition. So this is my response, Your Honor.
Vous aviez peur
Judge Lavergne, you were afraid of seeing all of this suffering, of seeing the suffering of those who were placed under your authority.
រឿងនេះវាពិត
The accused, that is correct. Those people who were there and were mistreated were the people whom I knew before. So I was shocked if I were to go and see them.
et comment vous qualifiez
And Judge Lavergne, and how would you qualify, how would you characterize your attitude?
អានេះខ្ញុំមិនដឹង
The accused, I do not know how to describe, but I can inform you that I closed my eyes, closed my ears, and did not want to see the real situation because the reality really discomforted my feeling, so I just ignored the reality by not allowing myself to have heard or have seen.
Judge Lavergne, can we term this as cowardice?
ដូចជាហួសពីកំសាកទៅទៀតមិននិយាយរកពាក្យ
The accused, I think it is beyond cowardice. I would accept cowardice, but I think it was beyond cowardice.
ក្បត់មិត្តក្បត់ភ័ក្រ
Betraying friends, yes, I did.
ខ្ញុំបញ្ជាក់លើក្រោយនេះគឺថាខ្ញុំជំរាបលោកចៅក្រមថាក្បត់មិត្តក្បត់ភ័ក្រក៏ថាបានដែរ
You could even say that I even betray my friends. That was beyond the cowardice.
Donc d'une façon générale,
Judge Lavergne, so generally speaking, do you acknowledge that the detainees at S21 suffered from grave violations to their mental and physical state due to the inhumane acts that were inflicted upon them? Inhumane acts that included intentional deprivation of food, deprivation of medical care, and deprivation of sanitary installations. Do you acknowledge that during their detention, the prisoners were subjected to violence and to severe hardship? Do you acknowledge that the harassing conditions that were imposed upon them, whether individually or on a collective basis, were set up to break their morale, to degrade them, and to dehumanize them in such a way so that they be kept in a state of constant fear?
លោកចៅក្រមជាទីគោរពអក្រិតកម្មប្រមាណដែលលោកមាន
The accused, Your Honor, all the crimes you just stated, I accept without rejecting any of it at all.
voilà, Monsieur le Président, je n'ai plus d'autres questions.
Judge Lavergne, well, I no longer have any further questions. Thank you, Mr. President.
The President, I have just few questions. The first question is easy. Were the detainees deprived of their food for the reason that they failed to respect the regulations during the time when they were detained? I mean, they were deprived of their food, like without food for one full meal, or because they broke the regulations set by Comrade Ho. Was there any case like that at S21? The accused. Mr. President, though I have never seen it with my own eyes, I believe that such things existed, and I don't want to point my finger to Ho entirely. Thank you, said Mr. President. The food ratio, as already asked by Judge Cartwright and Judge Lavagne, that it was not adequate. That's why the detainees were starved to death. A significant number of detainees died of starvation. Do you think it is correct that people died of starvation? The accused. Mr. President, it is true, and I do accept that such cases did exist. The President, thank you. Were there any medical services provided at S21, or were there any specific medical treatments to be offered to any particular detainee? The accused. Regarding the medical services, they existed, but only they were for the purpose to keep people alive long enough to be interrogated. And later on, even the medics themselves were arrested gradually, and then the medical service became loose, and the cadres of S21 relied heavily on the detainees who were doctors. First, we used Brother Rotkut, but later on he was smashed. Then we relied on the nephew of Nuon Chia named Laj, or alias Thon, and another person named Hak Padet, who were doctors. So there were Hak Padet and Laj Pari who could prescribe some medicines, and when I was sick, I could also seek such medical services from them, and there was no other alternative medical services. And for the prisoners, as I already mentioned, they were subjected to be treated for to live long enough to be interrogated. So the medical services was not adequately provided. Mr. President, thank you. It's time to take the adjournment. So the trial chamber is now, the session is now adjourned, and the session is resumed tomorrow at 9 a.m. The parties to the proceedings are also advised to come back to the morning session at 9 a.m. The security guards, please take the accused back to the detention facility and return him by 9 a.m. The court is adjourned. The President, so the reason why detainees were detained 24 hours, over 24 hours, was still applied, and even while they were being treated, the shackles remain with them. Is that correct? The accused. Your Honor, I do not contest this matter whether I have witnessed it or not, but I obviously acknowledge that the crime is that severe. The President, when people had to relieve themselves or ate their meals, were they remain shackled in like 24 hours out of 24 hours as what you mentioned? The accused. Mr. President, I think it is true that those crimes did happen. It is obvious that people were subjected to such crimes. The President, if the people were thirsty, what would they do? The accused. Through my analysis and my understanding, I think they would shout to the guards nearby to bring in the water to them. The President, the detainees in the condition, as you mentioned, that shackles were attached to their legs for the whole 24 hours, over 24 hours. So how did they have a bath? The accused, I have never witnessed such a condition, but in February 2008, it revealed that I knew for sure people were not released their handcuffs to let them have a bath. The guards would then use a water hose to pour water from the outside onto the detainees, and of course it is a kind of crime that I never contest, and it is true that prisoners experience that. The President, so when they had the shower by way of having the water from the water hose, how could they change their dress and their clothes? And if they did so, how could they make it? The accused. Based on my analysis and assumption, those people would have only the underwear, and the remain with them, although when they were wet, they had to wear it until they got dry. And I think no one cared for their well-being, I guess, so that's all.
The President, can we say if the condition happens, the hosing down of the prisoners inside the cells or the rooms, rather than it was for the cleaning of the cells, not for the bathing of the prisoners, if that was what happened? Is that correct? The accused, this assumption is true. President, thank you. What about the shackles? How were the shackles inside the common room? And the shackles, how was the shackles made? By wood or iron? And how were the shackles in those long row of bar, or were they shackled individually? We talked about the common room for now. So the condition of shackling the prisoners inside the common room. The accused, Mr. President, the condition of the shackling of the prisoners in the common room, they were shackled in a row. They lied down on the floor and their legs were shackled. Mr. President, there was only one type of shackle. Was it made of metal, or were any chains used to lock the legs of the prisoners? The accused. As for the chain, I am not sure. From what I can recall, the chain was not used. I was not sure. I cannot make any presumption on this, but yes, the shackles were used. The President, from the condition you just described, in general, how would they defecate if they were shackled 24 hours? Were they temporarily released for defecation, or they had to defecate at the spot where they were shackled? The accused, Mr. President, for the defecations, it was done on the spot where the prisoners lied down, stay, or slept. For defecation, I think an M16 box was used, the case was used, and for the urine, a plastic container was used. President, we can say that for the prisoners who were in the condition that you described, when one prisoner died, amongst those prisoners who were stacked together in the long row and who were shackled together, what was done by the S21 staff when somebody died, especially during the night when the person was still shackled together amongst other prisoners? The accused, Mr. President, because I was not close to the situation, I did not follow up on the situation because I did not pay attention. I would not be able to describe, although this is part of the crimes I am responsible for. However, it is my presumption if a prisoner died during the night, no action was taken until the morning. This is my response. The President, what about the prisoners who were held in the individual cells? Did they take a bath? And if so, how it happened? I'm talking about an individual celled prisoner, not the prisoners who were held commonly in the common room. So how was the bath done? The accused, Mr. President, I was not there to see the situation directly. Probably they only took a bath once a week or once a month. Mr. President, thank you. In the situation of those prisoners who were shackled on one leg or both legs, could they stand up? The accused. They could stand up when the guard there permitted the person to stand up. Without the permission, the prisoner could not stand up. This is my response. Thank you. The President, during the detention, in general, the prisoners were detained 24 hours a day. Was there any principle for them to be let outside for the exercise under the direct daylight or sunlight? The accused, from what I could say, no, except those who were allowed to work outside to provide the service to the prison. Besides those people, nobody was allowed. The President. And the female prisoners were detained separately from the male prisoners. Were the female prisoners also cuffed or shackled? And how was the bath done? And was there any change of clothes? The accused. When I was the chairman of S21, I did not pay much attention to that. However, according to the surviving documents and the statements at June 8, I believe the female prisoners were held separately from the male prisoners and they were not shackled, and sometimes they were allowed to work outside. This is my response. Mr. President, were there any changes of clothes? They only had one clothes that they wore on their bodies, like the male prisoner who only wore a shorts and a shirt. Or if they have any more than one set of clothes. The accused, Mr. President, regarding this matter, I can say only through my analysis and conclusion that they might have two sets of clothes for them to change, because this principle, honestly, I did not think about it. It was Comrade Holmes who paid attention, and it was his responsibility and experience regarding the female prisoners. Mr. President, during the detention there, all the prisoners were under strict guards from the armed guards inside and outside the office, who received strict restrictions to prevent them from escape. Is this statement correct? The accused, Mr. President, this is the truth. Mr. President, for the guards outside, we refer to the special unit, right? And for the inside guards, we refer to those prisoners' guards. Is that correct? The accused, Mr. President, the outside guards were the special forces, and for the inside guards, we refer to those prisoners' guards. President, from the establishment of S21, those people who were sent to S21 and detained there, was there any opportunity for any prisoner to escape from S21? The accused. Mr. President, there was only one case of escape, and the person went back to the unit, and the unit sent back to S21. That was from the 170 unit. That was only happened once. And another case, a prisoner took a weapon from the guard, and another case, a prisoner stole a weapon from the guard. So there were only 3 incidents regarding this matter. Mr. President, according to the situation you just described, it shows that a majority of the prisoners slept directly on the floor with no mat, no pillow, or no mosquito net. And when they were hosed down, they still wore the weight shorts. Is that correct for the male prisoners? The accuser, Mr. President, on this matter, my presumption is that it is correct 100%. The President, what about the detention of the important people like Koi Thun, Won Wet, Kong, and Kong Chap? What was the practice by the S21 staff towards those people? Was it the same as the general prisoners? And did they receive better rations than the ordinary prisoners? The accused, Mr. President, for the people who were in the special prison, they had a better living condition. I myself went to interrogate Koi Thun. I saw personally, and the photos shows that Koi Thun was shackled to a rattan bed where he slept on, and I still remember the house. So in conclusion, the special prisoners had a better living condition. They were more comfortable. And the communication was better, and the treatment by the interrogators were also better and more polite. And when they were sick, they would be treated appropriately. For example, in the case of Susopat, when he was detained there, the guard was careless, so then he picked up a screw and swallowed it. And I ordered a medic from the general staff to operate on him, and when he recovered, then we continued the interrogation. So all this was done in order to get the confession. Whatever that happened was for the sake of getting the confession from those important prisoners. So the image was the same. It was the crimes that was hard to believe. And psychologically, the people at present time find it very hard to believe what happened at the time. The President, did you ever observe the general condition of the physical body of the prisoners at S21? For example, their outside skin, what was the condition of the skin? This is because you just responded that the mat or the mosquito net or the pillow was not provided to the prisoners. Even the cleaning of the room by hosing down was also done on the prisoners. So the prisoners slept with their weight shorts until it dried. So this is to show that the condition of their body would receive some mosquito bites, for instance, and in general this is it was in Phnom Penh, and There were a lot of bushes around the area. Did you observe the condition of the skins or mosquito bites on the prisoners? The accused, Mr. President, I honestly confess that the prisoners who were detained there, I was not close to them except a few people whom I was in close contact with. Number one was Poon, Brother Poon, and after the interrogation was done, and after the torture marks was recovered, I saw him. And the second prisoner, Dr. Roth, after he recovered from the torture, I met him. And the third one, Chao Seng, he lived longer. And I left him with Brother Mom Knight for him to have a chit-chat. And as for Koi Thun, I met him on a number of occasions when I interrogated him. So, Koi Thun, when I first met him, I interrogated him, and when he did not receive any torture. However, he did not have a mosquito net to sleep in. And at that time, at S21, frankly speaking, of the real situation, I myself, I did not even sleep in the mosquito net. But the mosquito at the times did not carry any malaria virus. So because I was not in close contact with those prisoners when they received torture, I could not say whether they receive any beating marks or mosquito bites on their skin. And I only met those few people only after they were beaten and tortured, and after the marks were fully recovered. As for Brother Von Wade, when he came in the evening, I met him on that evening, and later on I did not go and see him. So in conclusion, the health and the physical condition and the skin of the prisoners, I did not observe and I did not see directly except those few people whom I met after they already received the torture and after the wounds recovered.
The President, what about the condition of the detention of the Westerners, the foreigners? The 4 people you mentioned, how were they treated? Were there the same conditions applied to the foreigners like the other detainees? The accused. I would like to conclude that the 4 foreigners arrived in 2 occasions, and I met only one of them, the British man. He were at Kok Piseh and interrogated by Comrade Pon, and Pon reported to me that this British guy was very polite. You should see him, and then I went to see him. At that time, he was not yet tortured, because his physical appearance was normal, but I did not know whether a mattress or a mat or a mosquito net were given to him or not. That's all. The President, can we say then that the detention of the Westerners were detained specifically apart from the other detainees, as we already mentioned earlier? Do I understand that correctly then? The accused, from the first encounter with the prisoner, I can conclude that the 4 Westerners lived in a separate condition apart from the normal, ordinary victims, Cambodian victims. The President, what about the condition of the detention of the Vietnamese civilians or Vietnamese prisoners of war, whether they were subjected to the same condition as the other detainees, or were there any different condition? The accused, both civilian and Vietnamese military were detained the same way as the Khmer detainees. They were interrogated and tortured, but the Vietnamese people were not severely tortured as the tortures that were inflicted on the Cambodian prisoners, because we only needed their confession. The President, since it is now time to take an adjournment for lunch, the trial chamber would like to take the adjournment and resume the session at 1:30 p.m. The security guard, please take the accused to the waiting room and return him by 1:30. The parties to the proceedings are also advised to return to the courtroom this afternoon by 1:30 p.m. The accused. That's correct. I think more than 50% of the women who were arrested did not have committed any offenses.
You've described the conditions at S21 for men, and you have said that the women were allowed to keep their full clothing and sometimes worked outside. Did they receive adequate food while they were at S21?
The accused, Your Honor, I would like to give my assumption regarding the food ration, and I can conclude that they were not given adequate food as the people who enjoyed liberty and freedom. Even people who were not detained still did not have adequate food to eat, let alone people who were detained. So I can conclude that prisoners at S21, regardless of whomever he or she was not given any adequate food.
Were they shackled, handcuffed or blindfolded at any time during their arrest and detention?
The accused. Your Honor, I have just learned about this later on. The people were not shackled or handcuffed, even days or nights. So they were not blindfolded either.
We know that many, or at least some of the women had young children with them when they were arrested. Is that correct?
The accused, that is correct, Your Honor.
And these young children would presumably be up to the age of about 10 or 12 years. Would that be right?
The accused, it is right, and some were even younger than that. Some children were as young as 12 months.
These very young children, were they kept with their mothers in their mothers' cells?
The accused, I'm not quite sure, but later on I heard that the children were separated from the mothers and those children were smashed. And because they needed that the mother be kept to be interrogated, they had to separate the children to be smashed.
Did you make a round of the prison most days?
The accused, Your Honor, to be precise, I had visited a few times at the special prison, but at the general prison I never visited the premises. But I did spend some time at the interrogation location.
As you walked around the prison on your day-to-day business, did you hear any children in distress?
The accused, as I already mentioned, I did not walk around the prison compound. In the whole life of operation of S21, I only visited the special prison for 5 to 10 times, and I never entered the general prison. I only visited the workshops, and I never saw any children running or playing, or maybe the children had already been taken away to be smashed or separated to or taken away to prison. I have no idea.
Can I ask if the women and children had medical treatment, even if they were not to be interrogated?
The accused, I can say that any women or children who needed to be used by the by S21, then their medical treatment would be taken care of better than the other compared to the other prisoners. Otherwise, they would be taken to Cheung Ak to be smashed.
And did they have the same facilities for relieving themselves as the male prisoners?
The accused, Your Honor, I'm not quite sure about this. I think they might have lost the rights or the nature of being women, and I mean, when it comes to relieving themselves, I think there would probably be a room reserved for them to relieve themselves, but I'm not really quite sure.
Were there any arrangements made for the special hygiene needs of women and children?
The accused, the women and children were not very special than the other people or ordinary detainees. As I told you already, the young children and the other children were separated from their mothers, and there was no proper arrangement. And for women who they saw that there would be interrogation needed, then they would leave her for some time, otherwise they would be smashed.
We know that for a period, female guards or interrogators were employed, but most of the time male guards guarded the women and children. Is that correct?
The accused, Your Honor, the female interrogators and interrogated female detainees were installed, but I don't remember when they were installed, but I did assign them to do so. But there were no female guards. So there were only male guards who guarded female detainees.
So their care and their privacy was not a matter of any concern to you as the chair of S21. Is that correct?
The accused. It is correct. I left this work to my subordinate to manage it because it was part of their direct control. They, of course, were responsible to me, but they were assigned to be under their control, and they had to master the situation by not allowing any detainee to fight against them or to abscond.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. I have no further questions at this time. That chart can be removed from the screen now, thank you.
The President, is there any other judges of the bench who would wish to put further questions to the accused concerning the current fact? Judge Lavergne, you take the floor.
Judge Lavergne, reference has just been made to the composition of the population of S21, in particular foreign prisoners. I would like to return to a particular point, and that is to say Chinese prisoners. You have said that there were Chinese prisoners. Could you explain why Chinese prisoners were detained at S21?
The accused. Regarding the Chinese prisoners, I still remember that first there were the Chinese immigrants. They were among the Cambodian people. They were parts of the Cambodian people and population. So they were arrested because they committed wrongdoing in the Cambodian authority. And number two, there were some Chinese immigrants who served the Communist Party of Cambodia before they entered the party, but still they were arrested because they had some problems during their work. including the implications found in the S21 confessions that led to the arrest of those people. For example, one Chinese immigrant, his name was Ngait Yu alias Hong. It's already Cambodian name. Ngait Yu. Ngait Yu. Ngetyu. Brother Ngait Yu was arrested along with So Chia and So Yu, also the Chinese immigrants. So Chia. Sochea. And So Yuk. So YOK, excuse me.
These three Chinese immigrants, they were within the ranks of the Communist Party of Cambodia Revolution. So this is my response. First, the people. Second, those within the inside rank of the party.
Judge Lavergne, were they treated was there special treatment for this category of the population living in Cambodia, or were they treated exactly in the same fashion as the others? Or the fact of them being of Chinese origin, did this already lead them to be considered as enemies a priori, we could say?
The accused in the general operation, the Chinese immigrants were regarded as the Cambodian people. There was no differentiation between the Chinese immigrants and the Khmer people regarding the types of offense.
Judge Lavergne, this morning you talked about a number of persons arrested and detained in S21. Reference was made to the number of people in the indictment order, and you referred to explanations in relation to lists, which, if I understood you correctly, state the notion of persons released. And if I understood you correctly, this morning you said that such indications on such documents were false indications, false information. Have I correctly understood what you stated this morning?
The accused, Your Honor, what I have said is fully grasped by you, Your Honor.
Judge Lavergne, you referred to several documents. I'm not sure we have all the ERNs for all the documents, but I do believe you have referred to notebooks, and in particular the notebook of a particular interrogator. I'm not too clear, I must say, as to why in such notebooks such a person would have made false allegations as to the release of prisoners. Could you provide some kind of explanation, please?
The accused, First, I would like to clarify the notebook. The notebook belongs to Brother Mom Nai alias Chan. Initially, Nat assigned Brother Mom Nai as his secretary, his assistant. As a clerk. He also assigned Brother Mom Nai as the chairman of office M21, which was not recognized by the upper echelon. On the third page of the notebook, there were a list of, on 3 pages of the notebook, there was a list of 11 persons which were annotated to be released. Later on, Nat approved their release. In order to verify this matter, I would like Your Honor's leave to show the 3 pages on the screen.
Judge Lavergne, do you have the reference numbers? I'm not sure we should go to this kind of length, since there is a chance that we shall be hearing one of these persons as a witness. However, I would like to continue on Nat. You referred to Nat. Why would written documents bear the statement to the effect that these persons had been released? Was this a coded expression of, was it a covert way of saying that actually these people had been executed? Would release, in this case, mean execute?
The accused. Thank you, Your Honor. The word used by Nat as a release is a facade to conceal his offenses, that he violated the organizational line of the party. This is my response to you, Your Honor.
Judge Lavergne, so this means that those persons had been executed without having been questioned. Is this the way in which Nat violated the line? How did he violate the line?
The accused, from the practice that I have had at the M13, nobody had the authority to arrest anyone except when the upper echelon made a decision, and then the police office would only just receive them. However, Nat himself made a decision to arrest people. So he subjectively decided to arrest, and then later on he was scared of his action. And he used the word for the released to conceal his activity.
Comment vous êtes-vous rendu compte?
Judge Lavergne, how did you find out about this lie or this deception on the part of Nat? How did you find out?
ក្រុមរឿងនេះវែងទី1
The accused first,
នៅពេលដែលខ្ញុំធ្វើជាអនុ
when I was his deputy,
ខ្ញុំលឺយូពេញគ្រី
I heard Yu Peng Kri when he told me
ប្រាប់ថាមកឆ្លៀសវិញណា
he told me that Nat was very clever.
គាត់ទាំងបានគាត់ចាប់
Anyone who attempted to assassinate him was arrested by him on time. And Yu Peng Kri alias Mont said he drove his car to crash into the Angkar's car.
ចំពោះយូពេញគ្រីពាក្យដែលយូពេញគ្រី
And the word that Yu Peng Kri referred to Angkar, he meant Nat.
នេះទី
So this is the first incident.
1ទី 2 ខ្ញុំឮដំណឹង
Secondly, when I heard that, I was not contented.
ខ្ញុំគិតថាការ
I thought the arrest of the people in violation of the principle would one day learned by Angkar,
ហើយតើកាលណាអង្គការ
and after Angkar learned it, then Nat would be arrested, and I would also be arrested for collusion.
ដូច្នេះខ្ញុំពេលស្ងាត់
Therefore, when it was quiet, I talked to Nat to give him some advice.
ខ្ញុំប្រាប់មកថា
I told him, brother, we made decisions subjectively, and it was dangerous.
ណាត់ឆ្លើយមកខ្ញុំ
Nat responded to me,
រកធ្វើឃាតហើយមិនថាមិនធ្ងន់ណាខ្ញុំ
they wanted to assassinate me, so this is a serious offense.
ពី 3 ថ្ងៃក្រោយមក
2 or 3 days later,
សំសេនហៅទៅធ្វើ
Sun Sen called both of us for work assignment.
នៅរបៀបវារៈចុងក្រោយ
And toward the end of the agenda, Nat reported to the superior.
ណាត់រាយការណ៍ជូនមេថាមានគេរកធ្វើឃាត
He reported that the people attempted to assassinate him, and when he saw it while he was driving, he put more pressure on the accelerator.
Quelqu'un qui conduisait une voiture avait enfoncé le pied sur la pédale de gaz.
ដល់កាលណាគាត់បើកគ្រឿងឡានទៅក៏
And when he turned on the light, he saw 3 or 4 people moving in various directions from the direction of the car he was driving.
3 ou 4 personnes allaient dans différentes directions.
ដល់អញ្ចឹងទៅគាត់រាយការណ៍មិនទាន់ចប់ផង
So he did not finish his report yet. Then Sun Sen, my superior,
មេណាត់
and also Nat's superior,
Super de Nat aussi.
ស្ដីឲ្យម្ដង
blamed him.
ដឹងរឿងស្អីពីមុនមក
It seems that he knew something in advance.
Chez de ce qui s'était passé. Il semble que Sun Sen était déjà au courant.
គាត់ថា
He said,
ចាប់គេសម្រាប់ចាប់គេ
when you made a decision to arrest them for your own safety,
Par souci de ta propre sécurité,
គឺមហាបុគ្គល
is a very individualism.
c'est une preuve d'individualisme.
ប៉ុណ្ណឹងណាត់ក៏ស្ងាត់តែមិនហ៊ាន
And Nat was quiet and did not respond. And I was quiet too.
Choqué et n'a pas répondu.
តាំងពីថ្ងៃនោះមក
From that day onward, I did not talk much because I knew that this matter
រឿងនេះមេជ្រាបហើយ
was known by the superior. So I was no longer afraid. What happened next?
peur de ça. Qu'est-ce qui s'est passé ensuite?
មេដឹងតែខ្ញុំអត់មានចូលជាចូល
would be known by the superior that I did not collude with him.
30 ឆ្នាំក្រោយមក
30 years later,
នៅពេលដែលសួរចម្លើយខ្ញុំ
when I was interviewed, the co-investigating judges asked me,
ថាទីមួយគាត់សួរថា
first,
ពីខែ12ដល់ខែ
from December to March, there was a chairman named Sam.
ខ្ញុំជំរាបលោកចៅក្រម
I told the co-investigating judges that Sam was not.
ទីពីរគាត់សួរខ្ញុំទៀត
And secondly,
សាមគេមានដោះលែង
they asked me, during the same time, about 18 people were released. What happened, or what is the story?
អត់កាត់ត្រង់ទេណា18នាក់
18 people.
ដល់ហើយខ្ញុំឆ្លើយជំរាប
And I reported to the co-investigating judges that I did not know what documents that Hui Van Na based on. So when Your Honor asked me on this point, I did not have any other documents to report to Your Honor.
ចៅក្រមស៊ើបអង្កេតទេមានលោកចៅក្រមឡាវែងយើងនេះទេ
To the co-investigating judges at the time.
ដល់អញ្ចឹងខ្ញុំក៏នៅស្ងៀម
So I was quiet, and later on, I think it was also in the record of interview,
ហើយបន្តមកទៀតនៅក្នុងកំណត់ហេតុសួរចម្លើយខ្ញុំដែរលោកចៅក្រមបកល
the co-investigating judges gave me the notebooks of Brother Mom Nai.
ដល់បកលកាត់នៃសភើរបស់មកឲ្យខ្ញុំបើកថ្ងៃ
After I looked at the pages, then I found those information as I just described.
ខ្ញុំឃើញនៅទំព័រ
It was on page 00, 077, it's the EAN 000777978.
ឃើញមានឈ្មោះមនុស្ស5នាក់
There was a list of 5 persons
មានសញ្ញាណាតច្បាស់លាស់
with NAT signature clearly. So I said, oh, now I find the evidence.
ដល់ក្រោយមកថ្មីនេះ
And later on, recently,
មិនដឹងរដ្ឋបាល
I received a copy of the civil party's complaint.
គឺបណ្ដឹងរដ្ឋបាលនេះខ្ញុំសូមរកឈ្មោះម្ដងទៀតចុះបណ្ដឹងរដ្ឋបាលនេះ
That
2/47
it's the E2/47, the civil party complainant,
បណ្ដឹងរដ្ឋបាលនេះ 2/55
and E2/55,
ហើយនឹង
and E2/56.
គាត់ថាប្អូនគាត់គាត់ថាកូន
They said that their younger sibling, they said about their children. They said the child Minh Can was released on the list, but how come he disappeared? And there was no news about him, no news about him. And the E255 said his brother Mai Pum was missing. And how come it was so? Because he was released according to the list. And for E256, Jun Luen, the nephew, was also named as to be released, but the person was missing. So now we have the document and the civil party complainants, whom I regard as the witnesses. So they use the words released but were missing. So in conclusion for this overview, I can't presume that the release was fake, and in fact they were all killed.
Nobody could be released when they were already sent to security office and presumed enemies. The President. Thank you. I think the chamber would like to take an adjournment for 20 minutes. We resume at 3 p.m.